Welcome to our continuation of Hollow Knight Silksong. This will be our 19th segment of video, but also our third session since hitting the end credits for the first time, although it was very clear that the game was far from complete. And we're right around the 80-hour mark when it comes to our in-game time. So let's take a look at the order of business today. And welcome to those already here. Welcome to Scriptivist. We are indeed surrounded by lots of happy fleas who have come here to Fleetopia, having made their home in paradise and having been led to the promised land, at least for fleas. It even says right here, Fleetopia. So we made pretty significant progress in the previous stream. After having wandered aimlessly for some time, we had a very productive duel with our good friend Chakra, which I think only served to add her to the Hunter's Journal. But more importantly, we found this flea over here who sold us maps to find all of the other remaining fleas. And I think there are maybe 5 that are unaccounted for. 2 you can see here on the screen. 1 in Bilehaven, 1 sort of in the junction between Putrefied Ducts and the Citadel. 1 here that we couldn't figure out how to get last time. That's up in this tower in the Citadel that has a segment that we couldn't quite ascend through, although I've thought about some ideas for attempting that again that we might try later today. And then a side of the map that we haven't really looked at over here yet. We haven't attempted the fleas that are over in Mount Fay or the Slab, or this one down here in the Underworks, although I have some idea of how we might approach that one as well. I think that is all of them. So it's just 5 remaining, and at least that gives us something on the map that we can work on as we also stumble about trying to figure out what else I'm missing, because as far as achievements are concerned, I think I'm missing at least 1 whole section of the map and possibly one of the crests as well. And yeah, descriptive as you could alternatively spell that Fleetopia just like Metopia. I never actually played Metopia in either its 3DS or Switch variant. I think mentally I kind of confuse it with what Tamagotchi Life was going for, but I'm not really that familiar with either brand. I thought Metopia was kind of an offshoot of what was going on with the Street Pass games actually, but I might have confused that with something else as well. Anyway, happy fleas up here. I don't know that there's much else to look at with those. We have the Wreathon, which will allow me to traverse back through the Putrefied Ducts back to a point of relative safety. Now, the interesting thing about this flea here at this junction, we couldn't find the way to find it yet last time either, but the interesting thing was that this one came up on the map when I bought the maps for the Citadel fleas, not when I bought the maps for the Bioland fleas rather. So either the Putrefied Ducts count as part of the Citadel rather than the Biolands, or this flea is actually technically part of the Citadel map, which means that we should be maybe going back to this area over here. I couldn't quite get out the right side of Songclave in that direction anyway, but maybe it's traversable or explorable some other way from the Whispering Vaults, and we should perhaps go back and check that a little more carefully in case we can find a path, because it looks as though maybe this flea does belong to the Citadel side, even though it seems to be located right in the middle. So that's something we'll try to check for, because we couldn't find a path from down here. We found an exit only towards the lower bench in the Putrefied Ducts off of that top left corner. So presumably there's some other way to get to that flea, and then it exits back out to the bench. We also found some kind of exit going towards that upper junction above the top bench in Putrefied Ducts, and we don't know how to get there yet, but we know that there's almost certainly more of the map above Fleetopia here, because we've seen what looks to be another exit out of it. And so at some point we'll need to figure out how to get a little further in this section. Now, this game occasionally does log paths behind quests, So it's possible that it could be something event-based as well, like for example, from completing everything with the fleas over here. And yeah, we've seen the dialogue here as well. What a wonder it would be if they too found a way to our fresh paradise. When you play the needle in, the fleas also refer to some ritual that they're cooking up. Presumably when you collect them all. And so we'll eventually find out what that's all about. Also, was there something in the top over here? Let's check. Nope, didn't seem like it. However, it kind of looked like there was something supposed to catch you up here. Let's be careful here. And we'll just make it back to the bench area. It would be worth maybe exploring upwards somehow to see what connects to that exit down to the other bench. So that top junction was actually where we found the flea that maps the other fleas. But it was another pathway there somewhere. We haven't seen it yet. There we go. Took a few dings over there, but let's see if we can progress. Nope. That unfortunately doesn't pull us anywhere useful going up. Took rather too many hits there as well. So yeah, we'll do this top passage and see if we can make some other headway. Whoops. I should have just let that catch me, actually. Didn't really mean to fall all the way back down, but that's okay. Might as well just exit this way then. So yeah, previously, well, there's another passage that takes us back up top, so it's not too much of an issue. And we can try to do that whole circuit. Again, because I know there's something that's going to exit out in that top corner. I could go back and explore. Just in case I uncover anything, even though there's a flea in that location, but there might be something else. This passage, yeah, that's just where we came from. We may as well switch to the other bench as well while we are here. So we'll just take the bench here at the Belby station. And yeah, the passage just dropped down here from above. I don't think I can actually get back up there from this direction. Oh yeah, again. Nope, again. Just dropped me back. Because we failed to ascend far enough. Yeah, not quite. Wasn't really able to reach. So we'll try to wrap back around the lower path and see if we can discover anything. So here we just cross. There was a whole platforming segment moving towards that flea where you had to get caught by some of the creatures pulling you up. You did have to deliberately let them capture you. This was how we found this passage in the first place. And I'm going to check the right side first, just in case there was some kind of alternative. It seemed for a moment like we could peek above this area. Oops. Yeah, this was where we found the maggot protection in the first place. One of the most useful boons of any sort that we've discovered so far. The wreath that is protecting us at this very moment. So yeah, no, just a wall there. I thought maybe that was a potential passage. So we could do this zigzag back up, but again, in the top corner there seemed to be some kind of exit, and we should figure out what that's all about. Well, let's just actually redo this whole loop. Just in case we can discover it. I should have actually put up the wall cling. Nope, hang on. Getting a bit sloppy with this all over. Might not even make it that far. Okay, just needed to time this properly. Nope. Too early. Be very deliberate about what it is. Oh. Okay, now we're just gonna lose everything here if we... Be careful, might as well try to go back to the bench. Oops, that's not back to the bench. And if we take a death here, at least the cocoon will be nice and close. I'm trying not to get nuked by these, but no big loss if we do. Yeah, maybe there was nothing to check here, but there definitely looked to be a spot that was very suspicious. And it does behoove us to give it a second look, just in case we can find a passage that resolves that particular curiosity. Yeah, the harpoon just goes straight through those, if we ever need to skip through any of them. Here we do want to get caught. Maybe that lower passage. Not exactly certain. If we go up, you can kind of see where the spot that I thought was suspicious is located. We'll just... this spot here. So that totally seems like it's a fragile exit from the right side. And we don't quite know how we'll go about getting there. Could be a drop from that right side in the previous room, but we couldn't quite find where there would be an opening. So this is the area where we discovered our friend who maps the other fleas. Yeah, because every time we've seen this fragile looking gate like that, that has been something that can be busted. It just looks much, much too suspicious to be an accident. So we could try to drop down and see if there's an opening we can create somewhere. Like if we just kind of harpoon through one of these. Doesn't really look like it though. So what could it be? It might not be accessible here at all. It might have to be some other connection point that has a much further entry. We know that there's a connection point that's kind of unaccounted for on the Pale Lake side. I did want to check this whole ascent here one more time just to see if we could figure out any kind of alternative here for, like, maybe even right here? Nope, not really. I was thinking out the right side here, maybe there could be something, but... Nope. Okay, we might have to leave that unresolved for now, but that is a location worth mentioning. So what we could do is... I mean, at this point we're going over to the Silksong side. It is faster to just port over rather than going through the rather tricky central passage into putrefied ducts. I do suspect that maybe we need to look a little further in the Whispering Vaults for the potential passageway to get there, so we should take the Grand Beltway over to Songclave, I think, and see if we can poke around for that passage. Assuming that is something that can be entered from the Citadel side. Not exactly sure how that would work, but we may as well explore. And like I said, we have make no progress in these ones. We haven't checked the ones in the top left corner of the map, over by Mount Fay and the slab at all, and those fleas might be relatively accessible. So let's see what happens. Okay, might as well take the bench. See if they have anything new to tell me. Nothing new from Sherma. It's feeling almost time, eh, Bellringer? You and her who waits up there. That fated meeting won't hold forever. Ready to make your play, to oust one ruler and claim her place. This is new dialogue, incidentally. Also, notice the quest board is flashing. That there is something new that has appeared in this location. Will not deny some part of me desires that outcome. Dominance, it seems, is baked deep in my blood, as two, no doubt, for the one up top. And yet another part resists. A part, over time, I find myself siding with more. So yeah, obviously there is supposed to be something else you're going to do in the ending, other than just taking down the boss and binding her the way we did already once. But how exactly that interaction is unlocked, we just don't know yet. And whether it's some choice that we need to make mid-battle, well, we weren't able to discover that the first time. That part wishes not to claim a monarch's mantle. Rather, it would see my freedom regained and this kingdom's bugs unshackled from their pale chains. Remarkable idea you're speaking there, Bellringer. A world cut free. Not a wish I've had much cause to hope on, serious-like, but I ain't so surprised to hear you speak it. For all your helping, I've been seeing it clear. You still got the monarch in you all right, and the glare of a weaver. But the ambition, it's wild, different from both. If you have already guessed my desire, sir, and share some part of it, would you offer me aid in the conflict to come? Aye, maybe yes, I can barely bear to tell it. But there's an idea, one rare disgust for fear of her up there sensing the score. You have conceived a method, I take it. A way to see a monarch removed, and me left free from claiming her station. We have, me and what remains of my family, a trap of a sort, beyond the skill of the Citadel, one to go further than just her binding. It'd be just 100 to set it, if you're dare enough to try. Silken Soul. So, I wonder why I wasn't offered this earlier. Maybe it's locked behind progressing with the fleas or something, because that's the only meaningful thing we've done, other than dueling with Chakra, I guess, since the last time we came up here and talked. And yeah, even last time I think I did the courier quest coming up here, and I don't think there was any new interaction, so it must have been something dependent on the fleas or triggered by that. But we don't quite know what the conditions are for quests appearing, so let's take Silken Soul. And because this looks like it's a way to open an alternative ending then. And again, this was not offered to me initially after having completed the first ending. So we unlocked it some other way.
That's fine.
Grant me your aid, sir. If your trap provides a path to freedom both for myself and your land's bugs, I may indeed choose to trigger it. What work do you require of me now to see your service made? Yes, my family's strength you'll need be seeking, Bellringer. Us 3 old bugs still alive spread across this kingdom, and 1 poor cousin dead and drained in swamps choked rotten. So, you know, I bet, given the nature of this bug and given what we found in Wildwater with this soul that was claimed by Grohl the Great, that one is the poor cousin, and so maybe we've actually completed that already. Possibly this also explains the one character who won't come out of the hut and talk to us in Greymoor. And of course we need to deal with the diving bell at some point. So let's see how much of this matches up to content that we've uncovered but not seen the purpose of yet. Each is power, raw savage stuff. For you they'll give it if for their fascination at the act or thrilled defiance, or because they have no choice at all. And last, as the base, seek a weapon of Weaver's past. Should still be one left down there in their largest nest. A snare to set a rune of rearing silk. Our own trap will be woven tight about it. So I wonder if that is the Weave Nest Atla that we've already been to for our Hunter upgrade, or if this refers to something else entirely. We'll find out. Because that's the only nest we found that was its own zone. Let's speak to him again. Even you're wanting that trap made, you best get to collecting. I'll point you towards what's needed best as I can. Down in the mosslands, still clinging to her failed chapel. My sister will part of her power, but asked kind enough. Yeah, that's actually the first NPC that we encountered in the game then. If this is referring to the character at a chapel that we see at the very start. Maybe she's a boss fight waiting to happen. Okay, so let's take a look at the actual quest tracking. So Seeker's Soul we already have, because that's what we collected off of Grohl. So now we know the purpose of that. There's the Maiden Soul and the Hermit Soul. I'm pretty sure I know which one the Hermit is. That's going to be in Greymoor. So the Maiden Soul must be from the chapel. And then the Snare Setter we don't have, but we'll figure that out. Now we do have new quests here as well. So Final Audience. Second Sentinel. Attend to Sentinel's request, Hunter in Red. Meet in Hall's High, the chamber of its fellows. The way shall be marked. So Hall's High is going to be the High Halls. And maybe that's just going to be another fight. So we'll take it. Okay, so new content. Let's see if there's anything new in the shop. Nothing. Okay. Track the second Sentinel by the markers left near Songclave. But it said something about the High Halls, so... But I guess there will be some tracking to do. I mean, possibly we can go to the High Halls and see if there's a tracker over there as well, but... We'll see. So yeah, we've definitely unlocked something new. The other possibility is that whatever tracking this is could also lead me to some new exit that takes me over to the flea on the right, but explore a little bit and find that out. Anything new from Garmon and Zaza? Nope, same old dialogue as before. Well, we have quite a lot to do here. So presumably, if we head down to the Moss Grotto, we'll be given some other tasks. So we have Weaveness Atla down here that we've been to. We know that we found the Hunter upgrade as well as the upgrades to the tools that we can carry in terms of our tool slots. I know we'd been to this area here that links to Marrow, and I don't remember what we found. But maybe there's some continuation that opens up with the quest having been obtained. We're going to go down to the vaults first to check for that flea I was talking about, though. Because I'd like to find some passage going to the top right if we can. Rather rough here. There we go. Still nothing here, but maybe the next level down. I don't remember what that even was. What did we find in this room? Actually, this room was kind of a dead end, so maybe there was something here that we didn't properly inspect. Because I don't think we actually did anything here other than... We did find this passage. This was, I think, a Silk Eater. Yeah, we had checked this. It did look like it might potentially point up to that location. We should maybe check the top corner of the next room. And just continue working our way down. This was where the recordings are played. I did see this. This looks like a passage that could be a connecting passage, but we didn't have an opening for it. So that does look suspicious. I don't know if we can talk to him about it. One must not wander idle between these sacred shelves. This is a holy place. Reverence it is demanded. If the foolish wishes to view this keeper's collection, head to the listening room below. I wonder if you can just find all the cylinders for him and have him open the passage for you. I mean, this absolutely looks like it's supposed to be something that will connect outside. Well, now that we seem to have found a quest that takes you to a separate ending, we should definitely pursue that idea. Of course, if we can get further along with the fleas as well, that would be quite beneficial. We'll just continue to check the right side of the map until there's something to poke that reveals a passage for it. This we've seen. Oops. Oh, there is something. This is new. This is new. This looks promising. Like it's going to go to that flea. I'm glad we thought to check. Now that we had that mapped. Let's continue going up first. This looks like another connecting passage. This, yeah, breaks the passage that we were talking about. Going back to the record room, I think. Oh, maybe not. Memory locket? Yeah. I feel like there's something maybe on this end too. I definitely hear sounds. Sounds like this is supposed to connect to the record archive there, but we didn't find a way to break open. So maybe you're just supposed to hear it from afar. Red Knight, welcome. Okay, this has got to be a flea passage somehow. This is going to open a lock down below. Interesting. But this must open first. Just shards, that's okay. Not going to complain about that. This looks like a fight. No, just a platforming sequence. We can do those some at a time. Yeah, Red Knight, I hope you're doing well. Don't know how much further you are than me at this point, but... Oops, shouldn't have dashed off of that. So this seems to be going away from the flea up above that we're trying to get to, but maybe we'll wait to loop back up. This looks like something. No, it's not. Just a landing zone. Okay, got what we got out of that one. This goes up, but why? Because it opens a connecting passage that then creates a shortcut from this end. And then it looks like, oh, yeah, okay, that's fine. So this opens up, then there are further shortcuts that become possible as we traverse further, it seems. Glad we checked. Oops. Well, this looks very ominous. Big descent over here. Good thing we still have maggot protection on for whatever this is going to turn out to be. We'll just float gently. Oh, yeah, good thing we had the maggot protection. This is a whole new area of biowater. Completely new area that we hadn't seen. I feel like we should check the left side just in case. If we can grapple over just in case. Yeah, there is something here. But this is a dead end completely though. I see nothing. And Aretha's halfway down, so that's good news at this point. Rather soaking in everything here. Okay, let's see what we can do. Oh, I was trying to go to that ledge on the left, but that didn't quite work. We'll see if we can create any shortcut passages. A lot of dead ends here, actually, that don't seem to connect to anything else. And of course, this is very far away from that flea we were looking for, or any flea we were looking for, given our position on the map. But maybe this connects down to the rim below, and then we'll see, looking at the map, if that would explain anything else. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know there was still so much to see in Biowater, after having spent so much time here already. Going to look for more connecting passages if we can. Whoa, this is getting a bit dangerous. So this creates a connecting passage down below. I guess we should go down, bench up, and map this first. I think I actually had seen this from below earlier. There's clearly something to the top left past us, but we should heal up first before we attempt any of that. So yeah, I had come to this right side previously and seen nothing long ago. That finally explains that, which we had totally forgotten about. And then we'll go down to the bottom here without taking too much damage, I hope. I hope. Heal up in this spot. And then see what we've just mapped so we see what's unaccounted for. So there's a huge passage over to the Whispering Vaults. We did not check the left side of that middle room on the way down, because we went straight down here instead. So we'll wrap back up there and we'll see what that spot was all about. Very interesting connection point here that we never considered. So many different routes through this game. Okay. 069 Biowater decided it wasn't big enough yet. Just when you thought you were out. Okay. Anyway. That was not completely disastrous. Oh. Totally estimated that poorly here. But this will allow you to pass by this passage to see what awaits us once we get this thing out of the way. And what have we revealed? This goes pretty deep. Oh. Okay, I saw the splash there. I had to check for a moment that we were not back in maggoty waters. Come on. Wanted to take that out. What do we reveal? Twisted Bud. Contorted mass of ashen vine cries out incessantly. Huh, curious. You know, and look at that, it's when you kind of mouse over it or put a cursor over it that it cries out incessantly. So, most of the time it just kind of leaves you at peace. I actually kind of wonder, given its location and given where we are in terms of doing quests and such, if maybe this is the thing that you need to turn in, potentially, to the Hermit in Greymoor. Clearly, when you go down to the Hermit in Greymoor, you know, he's been repeatedly asking us to leave him alone until we have some specimen to bring him. Well, this is a pretty unique specimen. So, rather unexpected, but we are at least able to go down and continue. I feel like maybe there was one additional shortcut passage that we failed to open on that whole descent from the Whispering Vaults. But anyway, oh, you can also see in the Whispering Vaults now the passage that goes up to the flea on the map. Because that is that open passage that goes straight up. And for some reason we didn't manage to find it or traverse it because we hadn't mapped out that location at the time. So that is also worth going back to when we have a chance to go back to Songclave and descend from there. Then we know exactly where to go now. And as I suspected, that flea is mapped as part of the Citadel. This location. And since we know about it, I think we will go back for that first when we hit the Belbeast location down below. Oh, we don't know what else the Twisted Bud could be for, so I kind of have my suspicion that is for the hermit's soul, and that was perhaps the thing he was going to ask for. It does match up. We don't know what's going on with the maiden's soul, but definitely the fact that the ornate keys and a diving bell are unaccounted for makes them come to mind immediately. Okay, progress. Ample progress. Oops. Dashing this way and that. Yeah, good thing we had the wreath already on, even though I was entering that section from the citadel up above, when ordinarily we might have taken it off and replaced it with something else. Okay. Back to the Bellway and then Ventrica back up as before. So we have that one other tracking job to do eventually. And we'll get there, but first of all, back down. Yeah, we've beaten up that guy enough already. So, yeah, all the way to the bottom here. And further down, in fact. And in this section, across and to the top. Oh, it's probably through that central passage where we were unlocking each of the shortcut gates as we went. Yeah, through here again. Had to spot this invisibly. Yeah, it's through here. You have to unlock everything up top, I think. That means we still have some things to do here too. Traverse upwards. So this is where we found a memory logget. That seems to be a dead end. But it seems like we have more work to do here to open things up. Nothing new that we can do with this that we hadn't already. This is just back to the shortcut passage we'd seen before. Just checking everything I can. Oops. That gives you a safety location for spawning back out. This was the shortcut area earlier. We should actually take it in case there was a continuation here that we didn't see. Because, yeah, we didn't actually continue descending here. It doesn't connect to the rest. So it looks like if we take this passage, then we can unlock everything else on the way up. Okay, well, we need to open that still. And indeed, that is what's worth checking here. Now, before we go all the way up, let's check the rosary location. See what else there is. I think everything else of note on the way up has been addressed already. Just going to comb through this quickly to see. So we should just go straight up top. And open up whatever this is. Should take us pretty close to the flea at this point. Well, halfway. More than a few fleas have been guarded by big fights, and this might be one of them. Might as well go clockwise for a bit of this. Can I jump up here? Yes, we can. I hear a flea. However, that caught me from nowhere. There's the flea. And we'll continue exploring the space in case there's more to see down below. On the left side, but it looks like this is the leftward boundary. I don't know if there's more to drop into over here. Very wide open space, actually. Oh, but there is something. Some cylinder. It's okay, we'll plug that in when we can get to it. Oh, once we... maybe try not to die here. That's okay, it connects pretty well back here, and we can just go back and check that room again if the map reveals much else. Let's go back up first, or we could have gone back down to the Psalm cylinder directly, but no, we want to map this out first and check that location once more. Yeah, Red Knight, that definitely was a moment for an awoo, and as you can see, that above may or may not be meaningfully traversable. It does connect the map to the rest of Songclave and completes that room, though, so that does look like that might be as much as we can see, but we can still see if maybe we can do any further aerial traversal there, too. Unlock anything else. Red Knight, you're saying streamer did not do the awoo? Where was I supposed to do the awoo? Did I miss an opportunity for an awoo that was not obvious to me? Am I not up to date on the awoo meta? Okay, let's try not to get nuked by this guy. There we are. Yeah, you'll let it slide this time. Much appreciated. That you will be so gracious. Yeah, it doesn't really look like you can traverse further. I don't know, though. If you can get on top of those spikes and then ground pound them or something. This is totally something. Look at this. This is totally something. Heavy rosary necklace. Well, we feel rewarded for that. This looks like it's probably the limit of what we can do, though. In this bottom corner here. But I'm glad we checked. Anyway, let's cash in the Psalm cylinder and see what song this reveals. Oh, totally missed this guy. He didn't miss me, though. And down below is where we'll go. Now let's plug it in. What has she brought it? More treasures waiting on the keeper's inside. Yes, the sacred cylinders of her holy citadel. Past them, give them. Now she must. So let's listen to what song this plays. Yeah, as a fair gift, we respond. This vault keeper shall glean what knowledge a great mind can. A sermon of service, delivered by an ordained vault keeper to acolytes in training. I think he likes the sound of his own voice. We'll continue it. And this collection still has gaps. Yeah, we know that. We'll find more. Okay, that takes care of the flea that we were wondering about, though. So, next orders of business. Yeah, this flea we couldn't figure out, like I said before. We want to see if maybe we can ascend the bell up to the flea in the underworks. And to get there, on that side, that's more easily traversable by taking the Coral Chambers Ventrica. Eventually, we want to see if what we just found in Bowwater does, in fact, as I suspect, match up to the Hermit's demands in Greymoor, because clearly he's going to demand some kind of trade for his soul. And then we'll also see what is asked for us down here. Now, the thing about Weaveness Atla, so I wonder if Weaveness Atla is the Weaveness that we should be going for, or if there's another zone even deeper that we don't know about, like something that's accessible by the diving bell, for instance. And so that's something we'll just have to discover. Love how it changes the entire soundtrack for this subsection. At least partly, when you're within proximity of the records room. Okay, let's go back up to Songclave this way then. And run into this guy again, as we have so often done. Right, and we still have that tracking quest to do as well, which reputedly would begin in the High Halls. So that was just from the initial clue we were given on it, so it did otherwise tell me to track from Songclave. Let's go to Coral Chambers. So there was an idea I wanted to try. We need to take the whiteboard passage, I think, down to... No, we don't. We have the connection point that works down to the underworks directly down below here. I had to make sure this was not the one that was blocked. And yeah, to the right. When we can. Do we want to reconfigure anything? Maybe we do. But we'll also hit another bench when we go down. Although, the other bench down below is the paid one, though. So maybe we should just take this one, because it's a pretty easy drop down to where we're trying to go. And given that, so the thing I was thinking was that we just do downward strikes on the diagonal bell to try to ascend it. If it's not the case, then we need to find some other way to get to it. Regardless, to do that, let's rethink what we're putting here instead of the Wreath of Purity, in case... I mean, I guess that doesn't protect us if we mysteriously wind up in Bowwater yet another time, but we'll see what we can do in the meantime. know that we've also been trying to go for more rosaries because we still need to buy the spa in Belhart that costs 1,100. But that will come. We have a couple of other things to purchase besides that, but not much at this point. So, might as well do this for farming purposes. And we'll continue from here. So, down. And just straight down. And we'll see what we can do. And by straight down, I mean, of course, while skillfully and rather accidentally dodging everything we're running into along the way. And yeah, I might as well just slap some of these down. Oop. That was way too much incoming damage for my liking. Maybe we do need to take the paid bench down below. There we go. Much cleaner. So yeah, let's check all the way to the bottom. I thought originally that was just an exit from some upper passage. But I suspect now that we've seen the flea on the map that that's actually a passage up to the flea. Because previously this was a dead end. Yeah, you can't really punch through like that. I wonder if you can play the needle in here. Something echoing down below, so down the other side. Wonder if you can activate it somehow. It does look like this might just be a drop. We couldn't really find any way to traverse beyond that. It actually looks like a bit of a ceiling on top. And it's implying to me that to get up to the flea, that you need to get through the interior of this bell for some reason. Which might imply that you need to approach it from the right side. That maybe you eventually just drop back down here, as we were suspecting. Yeah, because I see no other way to interact with this yet. But it does look awfully suspicious. Like we should be checking for something around here. I mean, all this trouble to get here, right? Maybe this is supposed to be a return passage. Could be a long ways over to that flea that we just haven't really figured out properly yet. I was thinking might even be an ascent from down below in Belhart, but we had tried that already. We had tried to explore that lower area to see if we could find a passage up into the underworks from down below through that central bell that we just crashed against. And so that's still something accounted for. I don't remember if we had thoroughly checked that passage that is the bottom left coming out of the Underworks Ventrica terminal. And that's something that maybe we should perhaps go back to inspect. Because I don't remember what that was and whether there was a continuation possible from that point. We had checked Belhart and the nearby protrusion from Shellwood to see if anything would send me up here. We had not found that. And I'm definitely wondering what other possibilities could be present, if not that. So yeah, definitely something from like an inside climb into that bell or something from the other side of it. It's very suspicious. And we know it has to be something to do with that flea, given how naturally that passage seems to lead towards it. But the exterior of that large bell is not open from that platform that we just took a look at, so... Well, let's just nuke this one if we can. Lead him up. There we go. I think we had checked pretty much every spot on this column. But it might be worthwhile to push on a little bit here again, just in case there's something else we hadn't considered. Now that we know roughly where we want to go for. Oh, whoops. That was very careless. We'll need some silk soon if we don't want to get wrecked by environmental damage all of a sudden, like we just did. Oh yeah, there's an enemy up there. I remember him. Nope, missed. Oh, we're totally gonna die. Yeah, no. That's okay. That's a lot of rosaries, but we'll go back down from the bench we were at. And we do have lots of silk eaters in the event that we are in trouble. So let's not be too sloppy. First death would take in a while, actually. Let's recover the silk first. We're capped on silk eaters right now anyway, so it makes a certain sense to just grab it that way. But whoever wanted to do things the easy way? Whoa. Well, now we're gonna be in trouble. Yeah, if we find ourselves down to 1 or 2 masks or something, we should just pop the Silk Eater. For sure, I think. And just not mess with this too much. But if we can grab some more silk naturally on the way, then that's what we shall do. Okay, this area here, let's be careful. Grab this right away without too much fuss. Now let's check this left side, because we had checked this one and defeated it previously. For some reason we hadn't found an additional passage past this point, which is suspicious. Okay, that went down really quickly. Because we had found this. We couldn't see what to do with it. It does seem very odd, this passage here. That I don't think was anything substantial even the first time we came. Oh, whoops. We'll continue looking. See if we can find another way down to that flea, perhaps from the other lower passage that we see. One level down, even further to the right, close to the Ventrica station, where we should take a breather. Yeah, we had checked the other location before. There we go. A little bit rough, but in the worst case, we are close to a bench. Or will be. Nothing new here we hadn't seen previously, I don't think. This was once a big fight. Yeah, this passage over here just reveals the cauldron. So if we take the lower passage in the cauldron, maybe that connects over to the flea. I wonder why we would not have checked that further before. But it's pretty simple to connect over there. Which means we should take the bench on the other side of this first. Over by the architect. Probably not any new interactions with the architect since we were last here and discussed the architect's song. Yeah, no new items either. The reason I haven't spent on these yet is because we are saving craft metal in case we need it, so we're still also down by at least one piece of craft metal in order to acquire everything, as we eventually will want to do. So we'll wait until we've collected more. We'll keep one in reserve just in case it's needed for something even more critical. From this point, we're going to head down through the cauldron, I think, and attempt to drop into the bottom left to see if that connects to the flea in a way that I hadn't already previously inspected. Wasn't through here, was it? Yes, it was. Okay, bottom left we go. I should have put on the magma bell. That's okay. We can regret it later. Yeah, so here we go. So I thought we'd been to the end of this passage, but maybe we hadn't. Okay, definitely wanted that magma bell. Let's take that out. Let's get out of here strategically. So we reached the end of this passage. Is there a lower passage that we didn't check? Whoop, nope, didn't seem like it. So maybe that's all there was to it. That doesn't lead to the flea then. Curious. Maybe we need to go back to the left to check that area. I do think it has something to do with that massive bell in the middle that was clearly signaled by the lower left area in the underworks that we inspected already. Yeah. Just looking at the floor here to see if there's anything that could have been blown up. But it does not seem like it. Okay, well, let's continue in case anything else reveals itself or would like to blow me up. We've been through this whole passage before because that's what led me to the doing it in the first place. I don't think there's anything else here that would connect. We might want to go just back to the left side of the underworks too. See if there was another approach. It did seem like you had to go through that central bell from below, which was why I had checked the Bellheart location earlier. So there's some possibility it is a connection from another zone. And we should not forget about that possibility. Might be a particularly long passage there for all we know. Regardless, let's get back to progressing in other things. Just kind of leave that in the back of our minds for a moment. Something to look into. Whoa, this is getting dangerous. All this up top we checked before. Let's head back down to the Ventrica station. Oh, wrong way. This one here. I don't know, maybe we haven't checked that area directly above the marked flea location carefully enough yet. But I feel like it is going to be some long passage from a different zone entirely, and it's just what it seems like. Maybe in some of those long trap passages on the way over we missed something small, some way to descend further. What we should do is we should hit Ventrica and hit a bench first. Let's go down to Bellway. I mean, it's definitely an environmental clue that there's that huge central bell. You know, there isn't a way to just drop into one. Clearly, it needs to be ascended from below. And we just haven't found anything that looks like a plausible entrance to something that looks like that. Let's just check this sector again. Just to be clear. Yeah, this case over here looks suspicious, but nope, nothing. Nothing down below. I'm trying to see if maybe there's a place to drop through. I don't think so. That looks like it's all hazardous in this area. It's not something that's secretly available. Oh, look at that slot over there where that's been grinding its way down. I wonder. There's grinding in this location. I think that's just a visual indication of where this thing's going, though. But I wonder if there's some way to manipulate it to have it sent further downwards or something. Whoops, getting crunched here. Like if there's some passage down below that we can open. Just looking at this carefully in case there is a secret opening that goes down. You know, like a gap. Or some other way to manipulate these. Could been up here before. We just checked the room to the left. Right before this. I mean, this one here, we killed him a couple times and we still never really figured out what to do with this room. I suspect it has to be an entry from somewhere else then. It just makes too much sense that you're given that visual clue of the central bell as if you have to go up through it. And so maybe there's an additional passage that we have not found yet that is above the center of Bellheart. Not unthinkable that it could even be unlocked from Greymoor in that area that is close to where we want to visit the Hermit. I mean, there are all kinds of possible connection points there. We don't really know, given how occasionally you can just discover something behind a wall by surprise, like how we just did with that passage from the Whispering Vaults down to yet another section of Bywater. So yeah, this one doesn't seem to be unlocking anything for me here. I want to see it, maybe... You see a bunch of these that you can interact with. I mean, I need to look at the artwork very carefully to see if there's something that might actually be a secret gap between blades, where some of them are just in the background, rather than something that actually blocks you. Like here, for instance, is this actual hazardous location? Yes, I guess it is. There's that dead end area up above here. It's all much too suspicious. I feel like there's something that might allow these mechanisms to punch their way down. Maybe it's something else that you need to activate. Anyway, we've been through here from the upper passage. Let's head back down. Those all seem awfully suspicious. You have to bail on that one for the time being. I think it's going to be an entrance that's probably quite far from where we've been looking. And a long passage to get there. Speaking of which, we should check our current rosary counts, because we've got 220 here, 250. Yeah, 1100 is what we're eventually going for to have the spa. We can get up to that. So we should see about this Twisted Bud and maybe visit the Hermit next to see what the Hermit's request is going to be. Second Sentinel. Yeah, that's going to be something too. Also, let's check the high halls for a moment, because there was some kind of verbal clue about that when it came to the tracking. But it did say track near Songclave, so we could be way off on that score. Yeah, it could be nothing here. And you've got the forum, which we've seen pretty thoroughly at this point. And then the conductor over here. I don't know if there's a new interaction with them at all. So having learned the song already and used it. The chambers is surely grand, Sir Bug, but it is plain to see you are no sovereign here. Our state so bare, pilgrim. Will of the conductors we once boomed, and the citadel shook at our decree. Words, how hollow they echoed. The mantle of rule claimed greedily from Farloom's fading first children, those bitter weavers. It was yoke, not crown. Now in our citadel's silence we share their truth. Only one monarch's claws ever clutched this kingdom, though we raised our voices to cry otherwise. Would you see her, pilgrim, up there at our citadel's crown, reach those heights we'd hoped to hide and bow before this land's true ruler? In time near, Sir Bug, I shall indeed climb to meet your monarch. I'd done so already, in fact. We just went back in time after filling in the Hunter's Journal. Okay, so... Oh, this is the tracking. Have we saved recently? Let's hit that bench just to be sure. That is where you can track. Sentinel, I feel like there's going to be a fight. But sure, we'll let ourselves get distracted by that. Oh, this is new. Yeah, this is a new passage that was not previously opened. It was opened by the tracking quest. I see Silk, and so we shall play. Or, oh, this is totally a fight. So, I mean, we're pretty close to the save point. Let's just poke at it and see what happens. Haven't done a boss all day. I guess... I mean, do we challenge or not? I'm here, Gilded One. I had thought I was answering your summons as a friend or at least an ally, but now that we stand together in this place, I can sense your intent. I mean, you raise your blades against me. Am I your enemy then? Defense of the sacred citadel and the voices that fill it is the eternal duty of the sentinels. Termination is the necessary fate of all those enthralled by the whispering silk. You believe me haunted, a slave to the pale threads. I think you are more perceptive than that. My silk is my own, as is my will. Unsure is the sentinel, both haunted and innocent you seem. With regret, the sentinel must test the strength of your will. Alright, let's fight. Second sentinel. Diagonal pattern. Oops. Spinning attack. Cross, that's fine. Cross is really easy to read. Okay. Standing a bit close for some of this stuff. Let's try to get a swipe so we can heal. Oh, we'll need to heal here quickly. We're probably going to lose on this attempt, but that's okay. This is a scouting run to see what we can figure out. We're definitely standing a bit close in some of these. We'll give ourselves a bit more range here to tap accordingly. Okay. If we can get to the next heal, we'll be in decent shape. Oh, okay. A lot of silk on the other side too, for us to get our replenishment off. Okay. We're still kind of in a phase 1 here. That winds up mattering. Whoop. We do have silk for heal if necessary. Nope. Yeah, a bit of wall jumping here that I think wasn't present earlier. Let's continue poking and see what happens. Whoop. Standing too close. We are building a good amount of silk, so I'm not as concerned as I would otherwise be. Pretty clear tell on the cross too, that gives me a healing opportunity. Oh, still a little too close on that one too. And we took too many hits coming out of that heal. Oh, way too close now. Well, we lasted a while. There we go. I kind of thought it was close, which was why we decided to rush down with the curved claw at that point. Look at that, first attempt. We haven't had too many bosses like that. By the purity of your will, the clarity of your intent, you are innocent of the silken curse. Failed has this sentinel. Your judgment will it accept. Is this truly failure, Gilded One? You meant to test me and have done so. I would expect nothing less of a true guardian. The matter is resolved. There is no need for death. Stand and let us part as friends. And thank you for the GG. Final audience complete. I guess we need to return to the board for that. Maybe. Accept a token of the Sentinel's order. As friends, let us part. Reserve bind. Interesting. Ornate artifact of the Citadel, able to hold a bind's worth of silk, used when healing is needed and one's natural resources run low. So yeah, it gives you an extra heal for when you need a buffer. Well, we'll play with that for sure. Yeah, very satisfying to just get a one-shot on that. I was thinking at the end that it was a bit of a risk to sit there and just try to rush her down with a curved claw, but it felt close. It felt like we were in a bit of a do-or-die situation there, and so I'm glad I made that call. It was very similar with the fight with Grohl in Bilewater as well, where I just kind of got the sense that we could do a very quick rush down with our tools and get out of trouble before we got nuked first. Anyway, Lee, let's see here, because we're pretty close to this other one in Coral Chambers. We should see how the reserve bind actually works. Am I still seated here? Let's rest. So yeah, the reserve bind. Well, let's see, because yeah, it pops it when you try to heal while too low. So if you attempt to bind with insufficient silk, then it gives you that extra one. So it's pretty important to not accidentally trigger it by misreading the amount of silk we have when trying to perform just a normal bind. But it's just an emergency buffer. So, well, we might as well run around with it a bit to try to get used to what it's doing. Now we should see about this area here, because I think I want to try this again. This climb, if it is a climb. I don't know if it's a climb or a drop, but it seemed like it was a column that was gated off in ways that usually imply that you have to drop from the top, but maybe that's just a trick and a diversion, and we should go down to look at that properly. Also, has that quest been ticked off, or is there something to return? Yeah, that quest for the second sentinel is accounted for already, so. Yeah, so we hear our proximity to the flea. It's clearly right below where I am. It looks like it connects to one of the rooms to the right that we could never really unlock. Maybe we do need to climb towards it, and that's just the nature of the challenge. Because, I mean, it wouldn't be a flea if it weren't somehow challenging. So, you see this bit here. I feel like maybe it's possible to straighten out, do a double jump, and then swipe up. Maybe. Like if you have the wall climb, and you're very precise. Very, very precise. I could do a double tap like that, and then you have just enough height. Maybe you can actually get above that and then down swipe or grapple over. Now we're going to not take too many hits here. We'll go down to a nearby bench, like probably the one by the spa. Yeah, you can totally do it, but you have to do it multiple times. can absolutely get up that thing, but you have to do it multiple times. And so having the reserve heal, I think, is going to be a good thing here. Because we don't have a way to rebuild silk in such a location. And taking the spa bench is... Actually, I don't even know if we should, or if the high halls bench is better, so we can just drop in. Spa bench is better, because then we can replenish silk as much as we want. So for this one, I was thinking that we might not even want to run Reaper. Because the forward motion of something like Beast might actually be better. But yeah, clearly you actually can climb through that, because there's enough spacing between the different blades. But we absolutely want to have the wall cling, so we can be a bit more precise. And let's silk up because we can. And so we can heal in that location as much as we need to. And then, yeah, we'll just go a couple we can. Whoop. Let's start already on that one. And on that one. I guess we need to blow the heal already, but that's okay. We'll grab some silk off these. And off of any other foes that may wish to get in our way. And build at least some of that silk. Back again. Okay, so it is possible. I want to adjust a little bit. And you need to do a very quick double tap where you straighten out. Like that. Totally doable. It needs to be a very quick sequence. Whoops. No, you can't just keep tapping into those. Seems... If we aim well, the range on Reaper helps a lot here. Look at that. That solves it. That does not give me any kind of additional passage out of here, though. So we actually did manage to get it. To my great surprise. Yeah, so I'm glad we stayed on Reaper. Red Knight, you were saying that's some gaming? Yeah, very satisfying, in fact. I mean, the thing is, this totally fakes you out. I had been back to this column so many times and thought, oh, clearly this is exit only, and we just tried going around it in so many ways, but I think it became increasingly clear that had to be the way to do it. Yeah, surprisingly simple. I was thinking 06i of Sea of Gaming saying that. Well, it's actually surprisingly simple. And I can't really do the voice, but the Austrian accent. But yeah, that one, like I said, I'm glad I stayed with Reaper. I was thinking, oh, why don't we do Beast or something and get a better angle? No, with Reaper you get such a long swipe. In fact, with any of the other weapons, the ones going straight are obviously best there, so you don't have to do repeated wall jumps. And if you applied the long claw, that would make it even easier. Because then you just get a nice big swipe to get you through each successive obstacle. Because I was thinking initially, oh, maybe you need to do another wall cling and then do the same kind of double jump through the middle. Nope, just need to swipe. And get enough height to be above the blades. Okay. In that case, we still have more to look at. We've got the one in the slab that's very close to this station, and so that might be worth looking at. We've got the one in Mount Fay. Again, we've got the boss quest to progress through as well, if we can. So let's just return to the nearest station, which is probably the one back in High Halls, and see where we can go from there. Also, you can totally do this successive dash when you do have the wall cling, which is very satisfying if you're in a narrow column. I haven't really gotten any practical use out of it yet, but there are probably some things that are made easier with it. Okay, back to the High Halls. And much as the wall cling kind of saved us there positionally, we'll probably take it back off again. Until we need it. It's on yellow, so it's easily replaceable sometimes, but we'll go with that. And see where to go. Now, I think we want to port out of here, so let's go back to Grand Beltway. There is still one fleet that's in Bylewater as well, and so we're not done with that zone yet. We will never be done with that zone, it seems. But I do want to see the Hermit interaction in Greymoor, because I kind of suspect the item we picked up is finally the thing that we need to cash in there, so we'll try it. Because all game I've been keeping my eyes open for something that would match up with the Hermit, and now we know what the Hermit is for, because that had been one of the remaining mysteries for us that was as yet unaccounted for. We should hit the halfway home bench just in case that would be needed. And we'll just continue upstairs. All the way to the left. Oh, okay, that's fine. And right now you're saying cash in that baby? Well, we'll see if that's actually what we need to cash in. We've returned to this guy so many times. Let's take out the little bell creature here first if we can. Where did it go? Oh well. Okay, I mean, clearly we need to talk to the Hermit about retrieving his soul. Shoo, I say, unless you brought a worthy specimen with something truly nasty inside them. I mean, I think we did. No? Still no? Really? This doesn't count? I guess somebody else wants this then. Who else would possibly want to twist it, bud? Well, I guess we'll need to continue and see. I mean, okay, let's take a look at the wording here again.
No.
Unless you brought a worthy specimen with something truly nasty inside them. One thing we haven't done, incidentally, is gone back to that one by the bench that gives us all this, the Silk Eaters and thinks it's our slave. Because we did a second courier quest there that is, I think, supposed to give you something else. I don't think it's just going to give you 2 Silk Eaters at the same time. I think it's going to give you something else to pick up in that location that came from the Queen's Egg. maybe that would explain something. Also, the other thing is that we've clearly started to unlock some quests. And possibly there are other quest boards that we should check now. Just like how we got the second Sentinel quest off of Songclave. Maybe if we check the other quest boards, that reveals something that we had not previously considered. Then I have no idea where the Twisted Bud would go then. Because I am thinking about NPCs we've encountered whose interactions are still unaccounted for. I just don't know who would match up to that. Well, we'll find out. Let's go back to Bellheart the long way. Also, it occurs to me, one thing that we should check as well is that now that we have moved the fleas away from the Grand Gate, we should check the Grand Gate. Just as how when the fleas moved away from this area here in the passage to Bellheart, that eventually cleared the way for the duel with Chakra that we had last time. And so there may be a reason to check the location in the state that the fleas have left it. Okay, nothing new on the quest board though. Nothing glowing. And here, nothing new in Shop Out in the Spa, I would think. Which we'll get eventually. I'm sure there's an achievement for buying up everything. And a new non-repeatable courier quest. Let's see, nothing new. Same as before, we've done those. It does seem like there's some relation between completing one of the courier routes once and unlocking something for your home at the shop. You can see that the coat of paint has now finished as well, and that's rather lovely. I don't know if you're allowed to change it further. I haven't seen. But you might. But then you can go over all of the lore that we've collected so far. As far as the Materium goes, I see that we have nothing pertaining to the Twisted Bud. Yeah, so Twisted Bud has to be brought somewhere, we just don't really have any idea. But anyway, the natural thing then to do is to go back to Bone Bottom to see about the Maiden Soul. And see if there's anything we can do with that. Now again, we had checked this area previously to see if there's some way to ascend up into the Underworks through some kind of bell passage from below. I had not found it, but there's checking a second time. Since we're here. Yeah, nothing new really. I mean, there's the whole upper passage that we've been through a few times with everything going out. Oh, let's squeeze here. Yeah, I thought we'd checked this area pretty thoroughly, but it is worth returning to just in case. Because it seemed like when we were in the Shellwood side as well, we could see that you know you're approaching Bellheart when you hit some bells along the walls. And so there may still be worthwhile things to see on this end. Oop. Like getting bought by that guy. Oops. Up you go. Oops. Rather too risky here. So yeah, I'm trying to find something like an upward passage, but we never did see anything like that. I don't remember what we retrieved from this location, but... doesn't seem to connect to anything of the sort we were looking for, other than back to Shellwood. I do want to check this area thoroughly, because it is worth the suspicion. Whoop. Let's be careful here. So there's a lower passage to Shellwood. Okay. I think this idea is not really flying here. We'll check this side, just be sure. Anything up above? Not really. More bells. This one we found a while ago. I think it was just a bunch of rosaries dangling here. Gotta wait for that one to come down. Yeah, let's just head back down. So that's still a mystery, how to get into that one in the underworks. We'll see, maybe more clues will reveal themselves with time. Anyway, next order of business, bone bottom. Either that or just directly to the slab to see some other fleas. So which fleas are we missing at this point? We haven't even tried this one in Wilehaven yet. So the one unsolved one is the one that seems to be inside the top of the big central bell under the underworks. That's what the environmental clue seems to be. It doesn't seem like we found a way to access it from the left side. I wonder if there's some kind of long shot connection there that would get there from Greymoor or even Sinner's Road. Some very long passage going that way. Not unthinkable. Or even something else to drop into. Yeah, hard to say. We just don't know what that kind of passage would even look like. At this point, let's see about the maiden first to see what is going to be requested of us. And I think that completes the trap. It seemed like it was implying we should look at Weave Nest Atla, but it could be another Weave Nest rather that we just maybe have to discover. And Bone Bottom also has a quest board that may or may not have had some items added. We shall see. Nothing, and we might as well head back to the chapel. Okay, so...
Buenera.
Madam, I've returned seeking power to aid the construction of a trap at request of your sibling residing atop the citadel. Aye, Hunter, so you managed to rouse the old fool. I've known it coming, felt it, and glad I am. The rest of my family spent far too long huddled and glum or dead. Not me. I'd always been thinking it a waste to just take what's coming when her up top wakes. Better to fight for freedom or go out in a blaze, oh. Oh, she just gives it to you. Okay. Alright, that's simple. It's not a surprise it's you rallying us to action, Hunter. You had a sense about you, a bug bringing change and all. Of course, you're more than just a bug, ain't you? More than Weaver. Guess it would take someone like you for my family to dare hope at success. Go improve our trust now, won't you? We've spent our lifetimes wishing for another path. With a bit of luck, you might grant it. Now, here's the thing. If we go back up to Songclave and try to get another hint from dialogue, does it just point me to Greatmore, or does it give me maybe some indication of what to look at for the trade that we need to make? I guess we'll need to find out. Hide and wait. Glimmering trails. Oh, soulful ones. Strength and despair. Spiraling outward. Hide and watch. A kingdom lost. Oh, we never played for the Hermit either. So many souls, glimmering trails. Only a simple bug. Our power. So I wonder if you played a needle in for the Hermit. Maybe it gives you some kind of clue in dialogue that is entirely possible. So yeah, snare setter. I mean, we had been down to Weefnest Atla. We should check it again anyway in case there's some further upgrade that was possible there. Because I don't exactly know what triggers the upgrades. It seemed like it was based on the crests that we collect. But it might be worth checking. Just in case this is the Weefnest in question. This is the only one we've mapped out as a full zone. And there was that area to the right of it that we hadn't interacted with further. Ah, look at that. You can, in fact, ask about a tool here. If I am seeking a tool told to be somewhere in the structure, it is a snare device of Weaver make. Do you know of it? The May Lady. Search over from here on the side where the moss meets the nest. There, my mothers built their tools, all traps and bindings. Small things, but tests for larger forms. I still remember their thoughts as to work, their desperation and their hunger, not a hopeless attempt to wrest their freedom. All ended in failure, of course. So maybe it's close to where we had a double moss mother fight. Where the moss meets the nest. We had been there. Both of those places. We should check the top center area as well because we didn't seem to find anything notable there before, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah, this area here where the moss meets the nest. Oh, should we play for this? This looks suspicious. No, that's just a lamp. Okay. This also looks suspicious. Ah, this is new. This is new. Maybe we found it already. Do we need to fight for it? Snare setter? No, it's not. Well, alright, this has been proceeding nice and quickly, except, of course, for the Hermit being the last holdout. We should check to see if there are other upgrades we can ask for here as well. That was really quick, actually. First place I checked. And yeah, I feel like you do need additional crests for this to further unlock. Let's head on up. One moment. I need to check something. I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. Let's continue. So yeah, we just checked in with everything over here. Was there something else I needed to? If we're in this location, I don't even remember. Seemingly not. But, like I was saying, that does account for everything except the Hermit's Soul. And so we don't know what to trade for that just yet, in terms of what item we're supposed to bring. So the first thing we should do is check Songclave to see if there is a dialogue hint. It's also possible to maybe play the needle in the Hermit's Hut. I don't remember if I tried that before, but there's some potential for that to reveal a clue as well. So let's proceed over here. And yeah, Grand Bellway back up to Songclave. And who knows, maybe taking care of that quest with a second sentinel might even lead to yet another available quest. But we'll find out. Other than that, we'll mainly be looking for fleas. So, yeah, nothing new on the board, but let's ask for a clue. I'll point you towards what's needed best as I can. Buried in the warren of bells of Farloom's core, seek my sullen uncle. That one has power to spare. Buried in the warren of bells. Oh, so it's not that hermit, actually. It's the bell hermit. The bell hermit's the one that doesn't like to talk to you. That's underneath. What is it? Underneath Bellheart. Possibly that opens up the paths to where you want to go in Bellheart. Yeah, no, I saw Hermit and I just immediately assumed it was the one in Greymoor, but the one that's actually called a Hermit is the Bell Hermit. And that was another character that we just hadn't found the requisite interaction with yet. So, okay, that resolves things quickly. I don't know if there will be some kind of challenge or quest associated with this, or if you will be granted something immediately. I mean, you know, the Bell Hermit didn't seem to like us very much. So, we'll just have to see. We know exactly where that is. It seemed like the major part of this whole quest segment then was just completing everything in Wildwater and getting past Roll for the third soul, Seeker's Soul. And having taken care of that in advance, that means that we'll hopefully get all of this in quickly, depending on how much the Bell Hermit here is going to ask us for. Anyway, Bell Hermit. So the slave comes seeking. I've heard it. Wishing on a world cut free, yes, along with my nephew up there. Sounds he's sunk as simple as you.
Nesvir?
Will you not provide your aid, Bug? This trap he plans requires power, and I suspect you're hoarding more than most. Oh no, I'll give it. Not in the hope you'll succeed. Bah, in that there's slim chance. I give just to see that restless energy unleashed. So much soul found and formed, generations of it all going to waste. Better it's given a chance to blaze. Whoa, that's very quick. So we'll go back to the caretaker, craft a trap, and then something will change about the final fight the next time we go back, it seems. Although we still have other things to take care of until then, with the fleas and so many other interactions still unaccounted for on the map. And again, still one zone that I know I haven't discovered for sure. Just going by achievements. Definitely one whole crest that we haven't found. One pale oil that we would still need for the final upgrade as well. There's a lot to do that seems to be completely apart from whatever it is we're accomplishing here. But maybe we'll encounter some of that as we're tidying up the fleas as well. So let's get back up top to, what is it, the first shrine. And let's cache the quest and see what happens.
Benny Frank.
Sir, I have the items requested. Craft me your trap that we may see these lands free. Alright, let's do it. Actually, before we do it, I want to read the descriptions. What's this? Suddenly having second thoughts. For sure, it's a frightful thing to attempt, but you already put in all the legwork. She up top will already be sensing your goal, vague like maybe, but there ain't no worth the backing out now. Yeah, so let's take a look at this. Twisted Bud is still unknown. Maiden Soul filled full with swirling soul. Hermit Soul is a heavy bell filled with the shimmering soul, and Seeker Soul, of course, we found quite some time ago. I really do wonder what this is for.
Da, Fenestra.
Anyway, let's do this. Silk and Soul. Found it all, did you, bell ringer? Then join me and let's get to prepping. I'll be asking both your silk and your claws for the construction. Stunned. The parts are prepared. I'm heading up now to set the heavy thing. Even with the trap blade, best be guessing her on top won't go down so simple. She'll sense what's coming. That blade of yours is going to have to do its work before this thing can snap. I'd expected such, sir, and I'm ready. Set your snare. I shall attend shortly. Alright, Caretaker's gone off to play, and then we have a new objective. Scale the Citadel, and then snare its monarch in a deadly trap. Seems to be mutually exclusive with this quest here. Well, we will do the natural thing and put that off until we've seen about some more fleas. So we have not even attempted this one in Bilehaven over here. We haven't gone to the Slabber Mount Fay at all, and that's very readily accessible from the Slab Station. Very close by to it, in fact. And so if we can take care of all three of those and figure out this one in the Underworks somehow, then we may be set. I wonder if it is some other passage from Shellwood, actually, that would maybe curve its way over there. We might have to inspect it a lot closer. Yeah, because previously it seemed like those were all just the points of interest for the follow-up quest. At a stretch, maybe it was this area from Greymore as well. I don't know. Could be any one of these. We don't really know what's going to lead over there in the long run. But it does seem like it's going to be some strange entry point that we're not really expecting to get up there. I mean, that's assuming that this little bottom part below Neon Works was just a way to scout that location and doesn't actually allow you to progress further, which was what we had assumed. But yeah, given that little lift down to the Underworks, it's kind of directly over that area in Shellwood. That is at the top of Shellwood. Maybe that is worth a second look. But let's do the slab side first, I think. Just to at least account for it. So, back to the prison we go. Let's see what else we have to reveal. Seems like we've mapped out the whole transport system for quite some time now, and yet there's so much content too. Goodness. Okay, so let's see about that flea over to the right. We'll hit the bench first. Looks like it's just directly above us here. I had seen this location previously. For some reason we never managed to get up to it. Seems like maybe that drops down towards us after we take care of the flea, so we should see if there's a way to drop into that area. Maybe we need to wrap around this side and check from this direction. Not quite seeing anything here though. I mean, this isn't closed. Just trying to look carefully at this map. Oops. I mean, it does look like you're supposed to get above the bench. It's just I don't know if I have a way to jump up there from below, or maybe there's a way to cross over there from some other side. I'm not sure. Let's continue to check the left side area here, just in case we find some solution. We'll take these ones out. Maybe we need to lure something out, so we have something to jump on above where the bench was. Also, this little bit of coral here looks pokeable. But was ultimately nothing. This is swimmable. But was also ultimately nothing. Also, you can't just slap into that. Well, the more you know. I don't see how any of this could connect back up to the flea, though. Because, yeah, this passage we just opened up earlier as a shortcut back. Because this was a drop. We've seen everything in this direction. What was this a dead end for? I don't even remember. Maybe we didn't fully check it. I thought we had. Oh yeah, no, we obtained something here. That was accounted for already. So nothing else to check here then, I think. We had done what we could. Oops, let's not bump into every little thing. And we'll take the passage back upstairs to the bench and heal up there and look for alternatives. So, yeah, maybe I need to bait an enemy into a location that allows me to get a bounce off of them or something. Unless there's something traversable on this end we hadn't looked into. Might as well check up here just in case. Maybe there's some passage that will drop and cross. Oops. Like over here? Nope, that's nothing. Seen all this before many times. Pop this open before. Yeah, this was the location we checked. Oh, maybe this drops into something we need. No, we're kind of above where the flea is supposed to be. The trap here. There's something on the right side. Doesn't seem to be. This also doesn't seem to be anything just yet. This is the area with the bench. Maybe you can do a double jump off this and just... yeah, actually that's all there was to it. That was the simple thing to do, just jump above the bench. We should have tried that a bit more carefully in the first place when we noticed there was a walkling here. Double jump and then that's it. Okay, we totally overcomplicated that, but that's okay. Let's take a look at Mount Fay. Now that was off that location around the middle. Yeah, we can make it back there, I'm sure. And then I'll leave the one in Bowwater and the one in the Underworks after that. We'll just head back on up. If we can head up through this column, that would be even better, but I don't think so. This is mostly just a way to head back down, so I think we'll need to ascend on the right side and then head left from there. Just taking the classic passage, except now with the benefit of the double jump, solving a number of traversal problems if we are able to actually make that height. And we should be able to speed through here relatively quickly. That already gets us pretty close to the first bench, which we should take. And then we can just drop from it afterwards if need be. Oh, stood a little far from that. Yeah, we should take the bench for sure. drop back in this way as necessary. I think we will go down and to the left towards that, though, just to see. Unless there was a passage that would open up towards it from the drop up top. There is that protruding platform on the way down that looks a bit suspicious. But we should check on this end first. And try not to get hit by any of the sentry robots. Oh, got a bit where it rolls. It's okay. Got a bit more of that in the book. Servitor Boran. Okay, might as well take a lot of silk while it's available. Lots of silk. We're checking ceilings here. Like this thing here almost looks like an opening, but isn't. Okay, we're getting close to where we're supposed to have something. Yeah, it is up this passage. Wouldn't necessarily have thought to check this were it not for the presence of the map telling us there was something to look at here. There's one very frozen flea, but it has been rescued, and that's it for that one. So, alright, Mount Faye, all finished. As far as we know. I don't know if we ever had anything off the Mask Maker as a second interaction, given that we did deliver him all that lacquer. Still thinking about that twisted bud and who could possibly be looking for it. Oops. But anyway, we've got plenty to work with here. We'll exit this area and then continue. Let's bench up first. Alright, as far as we know, 2 fleets remain. So, that one's pretty close to the Bilehaven run. Close enough that it makes more sense to drop down there from Putrefied Ducts to check that. That's in a traps area. We know that area of the map pretty well at this point. But yeah, I would say definitely drop down from the ducts to check that spot. And we'll want to put the wreath back on as well, of course, because bile water is what it is. Might even do this in place of injector band, so we have the additional spool of healing available as well. And then we'll drop back down to bile water. Seems like we're missing so many mask fragments potentially, because assuming it caps out at 10, we'd be missing 6 whole mask fragments, which seems staggeringly high relative to the collectibles. But it makes sense for them to be the most challenging ones. Even just to locate. Okay, let's make sure we know where we're going with the water map. Prior to that, we're going to grab this bench here, I think. Just to simplify a few things. Although the Bilehaven Town bench could also be useful in that score. So yeah, we'll drop down to the second passage to the right. And see if we can inspect the trap rooms too. See how to get to that location. It might just be one of those things where, you know, now that we know where the flea is, there's probably just one spot off a wall or ceiling that we hadn't thought to check previously that now looks properly suspicious. This is just Bilehaven. Let's go down to the next area. Not get nuked by anything, if we can avoid it. Anyway, familiar old location over here. Let's do this. Also more enemies, more of the Stilkins. Since we last wandered in this vicinity. So in this area, let's check this thoroughly. Should be in the next top corner. Which makes me wonder what we had failed to check here previously. I think, yeah, previously, of course, we were always just eager to get out of here. It's not surprising to me that we wouldn't have checked more thoroughly than that. But we're kind of past the traps area already. It seems like maybe it's to the left. Yeah, there you go. That's exactly it. And we'll get nuked by everything. More traps. There we go. There's our flea. Okay, one flea remains, and we still have no idea about it. No real idea whatsoever about how to approach the last flea unaccounted for. Well, to think about it, anyway, it was down here, Underworks. We might have to go down to the Underworks again to check that room beside the apparent belt for clues. The other thing, of course, is to check Shellwood for connecting passages. We'll check everything in all of these zones adjoining to see if anything is pointed in that direction. I think we have to be pretty exhaustive at this point. So probably starting with the Shellwood bench once again, just to see if any spots were not fully inspected earlier. Let's figure out where we want to get out here. There's that lower bench that we can drop back down towards. The thing is, I mean, you know, dropping back down from this location isn't too bad, but never had to go backwards through this area. I think we'll actually take the lower bench as our passage back. That's okay. Reef is going to be repaired at the bench, so we don't care too much. Oh, did I totally blow this? Yeah, there we go. Anyway, nothing else to check in this area, I don't think. So we'll grab the bench and then see what else we can do. Did we ever read this? Their shells are ours, and their souls are ours. Our hate is forever. Yeah, the Stilkin were one of the dissenting tribes, and that whole drama and farthing over here. Whoops. All of these all over the place. It's okay. There were still a few locations here that we never really made use of even now. You're in bottled water, so I guess we should just drop down to the other one. Also, I mean, it is a consideration that down in Sinner's Road there may be a reason to visit whatever that character was called one more time. But I think we need to prioritize the fleet, and to prioritize the fleet we need to check Shellwood again first. Not unthinkable from prior experience that you would have... Whoops. A situation where these are locked behind that kind of multi-zone traversal. That's essentially what we saw earlier in the Citadel, maybe. Okay, all the way down. Deliberately for a change. Much faster to go this way. Okay, so this is going to be the Bell Beast area. And yeah, 069, you were saying gonna need some expensive shipping for that one flea. Probably. I mean, technically we already paid for that map. That is absolutely suspicious, though. So we couldn't find a way up from Bellheart. We'll go to the Shellwood station and try to find a way up from Shellwood somehow. Seems like the most sensible thing to do. All the other fleets came together pretty quickly, though. I'm fairly satisfied with that. Okay, in that case, you know what, let's hit the bench to the left side first, just in case we need it. We'll take Wreath off at this point, although we can regret that when we, again, mysteriously wind up in the swamps once more. So in terms of this area, we want to check everything that's near the top side. Oops. And can we get up to the top location from here? I don't know if we can. Oh, this looks like it was going to crack, but no, not really. This is new. Oh, specifically, this is new. Oh, mama. Ooh, mama. Look here, Miss Grown-Up. Very fascinating creature, all dead in bits now, but still good. She takes the shape of the woods for her body and her hair like bitter leaves. Clever, thinks New. This creature staked its territory here and attacked as I passed through. She does not linger long. Her tribe remains hidden amongst the branches, disguised and waiting to strike. Ooh, so the cutting up was done by you. Nu gives her warm thanks. Now Nu can inspect this creature well. All its gooey insides and crunchy shell. It takes time with her creatures. She must inspect closely. Thick arms, flaky hair, delicate eyes. Nu will inspect it all. What does Nu want to sing to us here? Every beast, great and small. Wings that beat, legs that crawl. Clever Nu must know them all. In waters deep and caverns tall. Wings that beat, legs that crawl. Okay. So, previously, we had come up close to here. This looked like a dead end. Is it really? Because it could be just some kind of invisible passage through something like this that we previously thought was accounted for by the polyp quests. Seems a little far away from anything relevant to the underwork style, but at this point we really do need to check every bit here. I think we had been back here recently though. Yeah, it doesn't look like it will be anything off this area. Well, we might as well check everything and then head back to Belhard. Yeah, I think this was, again, where we just got one of the polyps earlier, hence why it looks suspiciously empty and non-interactable now. Keeping my eyes on the ceiling throughout all this, just to see... Oh, that's gotta be something. Yes, it is something. This is... no, we've seen this. Yeah, previously we just got shell shards here. I wonder if there's anything else to see. We're clearly at the edge of where Belhard is. And then to the right that connects to where the rest of Belhard is. Doesn't seem really quite suspicious, but again, this was just charged before, so shouldn't expect too much from that, but maybe there's some other passage as we connect to L-Zone here. Now here we've been relatively recently. And just keep going back from the bells down below. Oh, let's be careful here. Yeah, so I thought we had checked this bit as thoroughly as we could. We're currently, where are we in relation to the Underworks fleet? We're well under it. Maybe we need to go back to check it from the Underworks once more. Maybe this area from Sinner's Road by the exhaust organ could connect there. Could be worth checking. Fastest way there is back to the Botwater station. Just when we thought we were done with Botwater again. Oops. Alright, back down we go. Descriptive as you're saying Big Bellboy is so cute, don't hurt him. Well, I mean, he wouldn't even carry my luggage. Okay, let's take this out. Yeah, still not finding where to go here. And we had checked this. Still not finding that kind of passage we're looking for. I mean, this looked like it was something worth checking, but nope. Just a drop. This just takes you down to Belhard once more. Okay. So yeah, still no clues as to the last flea. Well, one thing we could do here, because literally our only clue towards it is, at this point, is that we have the outside of that big central bell. Maybe it's through some other passage in the underworks that gets us to that bell, but we're not quite sure. So next candidates we should consider are maybe from the right side. I did say I would look at the exhaust organ side again, just in case there is something. Also, how are we doing on cash? 705, yeah, just keeping in mind that once we get 1100, we'll acquire the spa. And we know we're missing at least an entire zone. It is as yet unmapped. So there's definitely quite a lot to uncover. Now, what was the approach I was going to take to this? Hang on. Bow-water, that's right. And then through the formerly misty area over to the exhaust organ and then past it, and then we'll see if there's some way we can connect through Sinister Road. After we bench up and get back into the wreath. Back to slow heals. We'll just bypass that entirely to check disconnecting passage. So, what if there's something to the left that would allow us to push further? We never really did check this thoroughly, did we? Whoops, hang on. I was rather careless. Yeah, it's jumping through some of those invisible top corners that I think has been most often the solution to things that we hadn't previously found. This looks like it's nothing, though. Well, since we're here, we might as well cross over and see if delivering the Queen's Egg got us anything new. Oops. And yeah, pretty quick to get through this now that we actually have some aerial movement to work with. Let's check the bottom right. Could just be more silk eaters we can't carry, but we'll find out. Yeah, 2 pockets of silk eaters by the looks of it. Maximum held. Yeah, it just gives you 2 at a time now, so every time we come back we can replenish, and so we can use silk eaters pretty much as much as we like at this point without being too concerned. However, that doesn't give me any new information. I think we may need to go back to the underworks to check. Possibly that right side drop. I think I had checked that previously, though. Yeah, we just need to go back to the underworks and poke around. There's something suspicious about all that. When it comes to that bell location, we might have to go back to that room and see if anything else is revealed, but very difficult to imagine what is happening there at this point in terms of what could possibly connect to that location. So let's think about the nearest way to get back out of here. We can also just go back to Greymoor to maybe check the top corners again in case there was some other path missing at that point. I don't really think so. I think that was just a bit of an observation deck in that top left area. And who knows how it would make sense for something like that to connect all the way over to the underworks. We had checked the cauldron side previously. We had checked a couple of different things. Well, I think we just need to head back there and proceed. Still a total mystery to me, too, what we might not have checked when it comes to some additional zone on a map. I feel like there's this whole area next to Far Fields that still looks suspicious, even though we had completed a loop around Pilgrim's Rest and ruled that out. This continuation. There is, of course, this whole area that we know exists in some form that is above Fleetopia. And maybe, just as with that jump that we did to get the flea above the slab bench earlier, we just weren't jumping well enough to go to the obvious opening location above Fleetopia that we'd thought of as suspicious for some time. But maybe something in Fleetopia is also going to be transformed by finishing up with the fleas, which is a very strong possibility. At the moment, once we finish looking for the last one, however it is we're supposed to access that, I think we had checked the whole wall of the column next to it. We checked most of what was going on in that area. Maybe there's some other crisscrossing passage that we didn't see. Oops. Anyway, let's get back out. And climb. Not gonna bother with the rosaries there, really. Oops. That's alright, we'll just zip through. very carelessly. That gets us back to the Bilwater connection. As we were saying earlier, maybe I do want to check the Grey Moorside first. I don't know though, because Sinner's Road is technically flush with the Underworks, but without a direct connection there. Maybe if we go to the exhaust organ side and try to attempt the Underworks from that end, we can find something that we hadn't seen previously. That would be the most direct way to continue from where we are right now. Yeah, because looking at this, the fact that you have Sinner's Road being contiguous with the Underworks is naturally kind of suspicious in its own right. Well, I don't know. It really did seem like going up through some central bell in Bellheart was going to be the natural solution, but we just need to go back and explore the Underworks some more. So let's get back there. And run up top past everything in this exhaust organ. Maybe there was something else in this labyrinth that we hadn't fully explored as well that we should look at carefully. For example, have we really done much on this right side? Maybe, but can't quite remember what the original traversal was like. Gotta check all of these locations in case there is something that we can jump through. Not yet, it seems. Yeah, this is getting closer to standard way up, but maybe there was something else to look at. We had been here. I wonder if we checked it well enough. Phantom's room. I wonder if we can still play our instrument here and see if it interacts with anything at all. Not really. Okay, let's not get crushed by the lift. We had run into this precise mistake many times. Although that raises the question, if there is such a long lag time for the lift here, is there a way to maybe explore something in that central column? Maybe there is. But I don't see how it would be relevant to something as far away as the location we're looking for. So yeah, at this point we're able to drop down. There's a whole passage from the stage. We should, yeah, definitely check all of the lower locations along the boundary to see if there's a way to go down further and all the way to the left. Or some other interaction that we just haven't quite picked out here yet. Whoops. Might as well keep that simple. So yeah, this connecting point over to the Whispering Vaults we had already previously seen, but I wonder if there's anything else to explore here that we didn't properly take a look at. Oops. That was quite a save. As with this area, I mean, this is definitely all accounted for on this end, is it? Yeah, that just connects over to the Grand Bellway because we just came back up to the original passage that we'd opened going that way. So there's a lift that can be called here. This was, I think, a map station or something originally. Now, if we don't call the lift, then we're able to jump up to the central passageway. I don't remember if we'd really checked that when we fell in from the stage. Maybe that is where to look. Hang on. I don't know, that's reachable. It almost is. Not quite. Oh, almost. Maybe we could have done the wall cling against its and made that little bit of height that we're missing. Oops, wrong way. Yeah, there we go. Does this do anything whatsoever that is useful? Nope, not really. So we want to check every bit of every wall on the way down, which is probably not helpful. I mean, this whole area here looks suspicious. This looks comparatively crumbly, but... Nope, nothing looks out of the ordinary here. Well, I'm glad we're still able to show that I could do that. Okay, down here we had checked the lower area before, but it might be worth getting another look. Because we had found this, but seemingly nothing else. Drop down here, we've seen all that. Okay, and this is back to roughly where the architect is. I don't think we've seen a way to activate any of these automata. It would be interesting to look carefully at the floors here to see if maybe there's something that could be broken open by potentially activating one of them. There is, for instance, this whole passage that seems to drop down below. Have we been here? Actually, it just seems like we might not have. Oh no, yeah, I think we just need to collect something small here, and that's all it was. Nothing else. Curious. Yeah, we had made our way there somehow, but let's look at the floors carefully in case there are such similar entrances elsewhere. Just sends you back up. And that sends you back into the cauldron. Now, we checked that previously. We didn't see any kind of connection points, as I had hoped. This basically brings us back to exactly what we were looking at earlier today. But there's still a lot of reasonable cause for suspicion in many of these areas, so let's actually think about whether we want this Ventrica station specifically. Yeah, we do. We just want to cross over in the middle area, perhaps. Let's see what we can do. This segment here, I think, that gets you across. And then at this point, let's think about this. The other benches are paid benches. Taking a Ventrica station allows you to grab a bench that's closer to a Ventrica station, so I think we should do that. Just take the Bellway bench to simplify things. And this will pretty much be a repeat of what we'd already shown on the stream earlier. Just trying to come through this location and see if we can crack whatever the passage to the flea is going to be. Didn't really feel like we checked everything, but that can be deceptive. Yeah, right now we might be hunting for a while for all we know, so. It does seem like that this area can just be crunched. Like, look at this. I don't see a way to destroy it. Yeah, Red, now you've been there, as in you've obtained that fleet before. Let's see here. Does seem unusually tricky relative to some of the other ones. I mean, with some of the other fleas, when it seemed tricky, it's usually just because we're missing something. And so we know we've busted through this guy a few times and didn't really see what to do with him. You've been wandering around this one too, okay. Yeah, because it really looks like I'm missing something. This whole area to the left over here was so suspicious as well. Whoop. We're almost capped on shards. It made a lot of sense to just push through them that way. I mean, how is this a dead end? Trying to look at the floor a little more thoroughly here. Maybe there's something through here. Did we go to the left on this one? Yeah, we had. That's just a passage back out to where we came from before. Whoops. Hang on, let's not die completely. Whoops, nope, missed a jump. Whoop, missed a jump again. Mid dash. Alright. No, we can't really go back through this area. We do need to wrap around back up top, I think. Oh, whoops, very careless here. We do have an additional bind if we are feeling short in silk to deal with this stuff. So here we've been previously, up to this room. I don't remember what else this was about. Oh yeah, no, this is the laborer's room. You cannot say much more, friend. Them's is watching, us must keep working. Yeah, so we never figured this one out either. I mean, you know, you can figure out that you filled meter and then get a single rosary of payment. But if there's some other interaction with it, then we just don't know it. It's the most efficient way to grind, but as far as I know, this is purely just a lore and flavor room. Until we've found something that we can do with it. Yep, spits out one. For compensation. And insult. Okay, in that case, we should maybe wrap back down to that bell. I don't know, everything looks just suspicious here. Yeah, poor fella, but I don't know, maybe he's enjoying himself. He's enjoying the promise of his eternal reward. He doesn't know what we do. Yeah, I'm gonna heal up just in case there because, oh, we took damage immediately, in fact, so we might just die here. Even having landed that heal. So this really does look suspicious, this little bit here, but that it's softening up the floor. Like there's a passage that can be opened. I mean, I don't think music's going to do anything here, but... Okay, we better go up to the other bench if we can. Unless we can farm some silk off these ones. Yeah, it is a paid bench. I think we'll take it though. Not that pricey given our resources. So yeah, this one, I mean, it just gives us the same automated message every time. I don't know if there's any further interaction we can have with it. Or if it just takes your money and your self-worth. And nothing else. A little too ambitious there. Didn't get the silk replenished quickly enough. That doesn't look really breakable. Oh. That was actually kind of an accidental bind, but that's okay, we'll take it. Another one of the big ones. Yeah, we'll nuke them, but... There we go. Pretty simple. Well, getting closer to geographical proximity of that location, but how much that we've been able to be on that. Maybe there's a way to drop down through this passage. Did we ever do much in this lower level here? Doesn't seem like there was anything going on down in this location, but we should look at this carefully. Yeah, map room over here we checked before. We checked that entire loop. I think we need to go back to that bell room for clues. At least we didn't farm these ones for a bit. And just check everything along the way. For something that might give us the appropriate passage. Well, not yet. This may just be one that we need to take a break from and rethink. Well, we're pretty low at this point. Okay, so we're back here, but then is there a way? Push even lower. Checking everything on the floor here at this point. So, I mean, this is clearly a clue. A clue for what? Can't really get any kind of bounce. It looks enclosed. I do wonder if there is a way to climb. Maybe we take one of the other tools that has some diagonal movement to it. There's a way to sustain the height and... You know... Well, this is not something that you can cling onto, unfortunately. Otherwise the wall cling would also be tempting here. There's clearly an obstruction up top, though. I wonder if maybe this is the way in and we're just supposed to get that somehow. Can't really see if that is even touchable. It's so obviously at the top of this passage. If there is some kind of passage that can be opened. We just never found one that could be. Looking at the blades to see if there's any irregularities in them that might be concerning. No, not really. Nope. Okay, so we have access to the paid bench over there. We checked pretty much the entirety of the right side wall multiple times. Look, we're going about it the wrong way. Well, no progress. And thank you so much, Red Knife, for the resub. Much appreciated. We'll try to find this fleet before the conclusion of your subscription period. Maybe there's a way to get back up through here. Nope. It's all broken down. Well, we know both of these give you benches. I mean, I still think it's something to do with the interior of the big bell. I just don't know We could possibly crack our way there. We're just looking at the whole map and trying to see if we can gauge anything about its logic. Maybe we look at all of those places where something was dropping. Also, yeah, we should pay to take the bench. Let's not be silly about it. Let's just pay in. Pardon me. And, let's see if we are able to crack anything here. Oh yeah, I said I'd try to go for a walkling. Except I spent the bench already, so never mind. I mean, we can farm rosaries off the ones outside. So there's this area here to the left that we've seen before. Nothing really going on. So maybe we should be looking at the ceiling here, and as we traverse, try to pick out whether there's somewhere above all this that could be safe. I thought we'd done that though. There's not much here that I can reveal. Well, this is the sticking point. This big thing here. Don't think this is doing anything for us. I'm just trying to wonder. Very tricky. Oops. Yeah, you don't really get any kind of bounce back on this. I do suspect we should be using another crest. Yeah, we're quite stuck on this particular step. Just out of reach of everything. Tempted to go back to the cauldron to try to do that bottom approach towards it again. It does look a little suspicious. That didn't amount to very much originally. Still very surprised it's not something like a climb through Valhart. Also, there was the key with the ornate lock that we're still on the lookout for, possibly on the lookout for two. One for the diving bell, one for a particular location on whiteboard. Maybe if it's that middle location. I don't know. I feel like there's some way to enter that whole central structure. Maybe it's something that can be entered from up top somewhere, but we never saw it overlap with anything that geometrically would fit. Too bad it's just one fleet that has to be the holdout here. This goes back to the bench on this side, but then what else can we even do here? It's not totally clear what the possibilities could be. Let's try to work towards something. Oops. Seen this, but this is no longer active or relevant. Yeah, I just don't see a way to do it. I mean, I still think that's a very suspicious location for the square drills to be drilling through the floor so visibly. Oops. And yeah, we just keep jumping into that every single time. Let's take on this character again. We'll him in sometime. Hope he's not very cleanly. Oh no, I'm just trying to drop down below. No need for a harpoon, just need to drop with much better timing. So it seems like we can sneak below this one here, but then why would we get in that way? We have a way to go down. Maybe there's somewhere out of sight to the right here. Nope, nothing. Well, still nothing then. What this reminds me of most of all was that one fossil in the beast layer in Nanza, where if you tried to ping it, it would seem like it was right under your feet, right under the metal plating that is the ground for so much of that stage. And then it took me a long time to realize that that was a dramatic change in controls and moreover their responsibility for telling the story. Okay. Everything's stomping around here. there's any way to make that breakable. It is so suspicious. I wonder if there's something else I can do to break it. It would make so much sense for this to be the entry point. Because where else have we seen this crunching interaction like that? Not very often. Then I don't quite know how to take advantage of this. Zero6i, you're saying that's a good reference? What exactly would it say? Oh, the fossil. Yeah, the beast slayer. Well, I mean, that's exactly what it feels like. This bit here. Wait. No, this was just back to the room where we'd been previously. But yeah, I mean, that also took us ages at the time. And that's maybe probably what I'm having at the back of my mind when I say that. I feel like it has to be an approach from somewhere else completely. But we've checked all the natural approaches. We've checked that one protrusion from the cauldron. We've wrapped all around Belhart and Shellwood. I mean, the long shot would be this top left location in Greymore, which I thought was just a window observation location last time we were there. That's the only remaining node that seems to get anywhere close. And even then, how would one connect to the underworks from a location like that? Let's see. I mean, one thing that we did say was, because we're fairly close by, that we want to go back to the Grand Gate to see if there's any change from the fleas departing. I think we need to take a bit of a breather from this bit here and at least figure some of that out. Yeah, we've been here so many times, still nothing. Just looking at everything that's been crunched here in case there's something with design potential lurking beneath all this. I mean, there is a lower level that we haven't, necessarily interacted with that much. So yeah, still keeping our eyes peeled for some kind of downward passage as possible from here, like something that would push through all of these wheels and create some permanent effect. This is the challenge passage once more. Oh, yeah, a little short on the silk. We need to not pop that. Does look like so many things are seemingly pointed in that direction. It's absolutely making me question the validity of that marker. I mean, maybe you enter the passage out of Bellheart by some other means. Some other program. I don't know. That's so far away, though. From the flea. Not really. I think we should check back down. Again, just in case. We'll take the bridge back across. Yeah, I don't know about that. Let's see what we can do. We may have to bail on this one today and check some other things instead. I thought originally I said I was going out close to the Grand Gate so we can check the former flea location, but that didn't wind up going. I wonder, I don't think we're able to enter the room for the architects till later, are we? I wouldn't expect so. Well, architects all the way up here. Maybe there's something worth talking about. Nope. Still not what we're looking for. Yeah, tempting to just skip the flea and head over to the boss sequence as well, but no, we are pretty sure we should maybe find the flea first. What I can do is check the architectural challenge last time. So this bit here, was there something that we haven't interacted with here yet? Doesn't seem like it. Oh yeah, no, this is just the architect door. And as with other shrines, it closes up once you have everything you need. Oh, whoops. That was a mistake. Anything else here? Not really. So that just gets us back out. Really, were there any nodes? You know, this is so far away at this point from where the fleet is located, and we still have that major environmental clue that will probably involve quite a bit of climbing. So this doesn't do anything except let you head up. Yeah, check the bottom position. Also, if this was the exit to Whitehorde, how come we didn't just take it previously? Oh yeah, because this is up there. Oops. So that we managed. Everything else is about as in order as they've ever been, but so what if we drop here instead? Then I guess we'll have to wrap back around, but not before we've had a chance to explore some of these areas. Nope. So yeah, we weren't really able to make any headway here. Okay, because this gets back up to the Whispering Vaults exit. This is so far away from what we need at this point, though. Descriptive is, do I have criticisms of Silksong? I would say that when I was very early on... is this something new? Let's just take a look at this first. When I was very early on, it took some time to figure out the controls for the auxiliary tools because of the way that the way to activate them using up or down as a modifier was also bound to movement. I'd say we got about maybe 30 hours in with a bunch of control remapping along the way that we eventually reverted before I got into a comfortable place with those. It's felt comfortable since because I have gotten accustomed to a system where I mostly use stick for movement, but I use the D-pad or directional buttons rather for the tools, except for some that are like the drill, where if you put a drill on down, then it's a very natural movement to press down and then attack into it. Also help to kind of conceptualize them like how attacks work in Kirby or Smash games. Not so much of a criticism as such, but one thing we've definitely noted since very early on in this game is that just by the sheer scale of it and the sheer openness of it, in some ways it's much less of a Metroid game than the first Hollow Knight. It has much less going on when it comes to using your movement abilities as hard locks for certain pathways. It seems like most of the game has alternative paths or ways to do things with an absolute minimum of a loadout, where you know, we didn't even pick up the double jump until about 40 hours in, for instance, and we were actually getting along mostly fine without it. And I've been kind of keeping my eye on which things are still doable with a limited set of powers even past that point. But anyway, I bring this up because it seems like one of the reasons that feels that different, where you go for really, really long stretches without ever unlocking an additional movement ability. Long stretches that are longer than some Metroid-style games in their entirety when it comes to going, 10 to 20 hours without upgrading your movement, if you're being very thorough. That it seems like it's just a function of the scale of the map. That it turns out that if you build really big and you just do not run out of content for a particular movement setup of yours, that makes further movement upgrades less consequential. I'm not saying that is a good thing or a bad thing, but it is stylistically kind of distinct. Like, it feels like it's a very different set of priorities that makes this end up feeling like a much more combat-oriented game in general. Not to say that it's not still very exploration-based, as we can see from all the exploration we've been doing, but the way that you actually progress is much more gated behind combat. Much less gated behind a sudden burst of critical movement abilities. So it's a different flow, and it might take some getting used to in that respect. So we just didn't figure out this flea. I don't know that we'll get it today. I think that sometimes we need to step away from a particular conundrum to immediately solve it in my head 5 minutes after I shut off the stream, which happens so often when we're spinning our wheels and being stuck that it is a little unbelievable. Descriptive, should you play any Metroidvania game before playing Silksong? You don't have to. I mean, it depends on, well, how comfortable you are with games in this style to begin with, side-scrollers that have lots of open exploration. Because definitely there are a few things that presume or at least benefit from familiarity with the genre in terms of your flow through the game. You play enough of these and you kind of understand at some point we're seeing double jump, where you also have this air dash that's kind of a very central feature of it. You just kind of get accustomed to a lot of the movement abilities as things that you've seen before. I have no idea how some things like the combat difficulty may come out to people who are not already very accustomed to figuring out these styles of boss fights, but yeah, I mean, I don't think there's like a hard prerequisite to the game or anything. So, hard to tell. I don't know that I'd make a recommendation on that either way. You said you played in New Super Wii. Yeah. It's kind of interesting to have your perspective on this here because, obviously the audience that I usually pull here is very, very side-scroller oriented. Just because that's what we've mostly rooted ourselves in when it comes to covering content. I'm so much more comfortable myself with side-scrollers than I've ever been with anything in 3D space. I have navigational trouble in 3D space, not just in video games, but in real life. Okay, we are well and stuck with this flea. I need to kind of rethink. I've found it helpful sometimes to step back and actually look over video footage sometimes. That's how we kind of noticed a particular detail with the flea that was up here between Putrefied Ducks and Memoriam, kind of in a top corner of this enclave. Top corner of the Whispering Vaults. That it was kind of when I thought about it afterwards and looked over it that I realized, oh, we actually got that marker when we bought the Citadel markers, not when we bought the Biolands markers. And sometimes it's just some little contextual clue like that that can really jump out at me between streams when we put down the game. Now, I don't think we'll challenge the final boss today. It seems like we've finally found a way to have a variant of the boss where we're going to somehow trigger a trap rather than binding the boss. It seems like that's finally been made available, but there's clearly so much else that we have still not accounted for when it comes to PC interactions. I need to give some thought to where to take the Twisted Bud. It's crying out incessantly. Maybe it needs to be returned to some, I don't know, mother vine or something. Very creepy little thing. What else is kind of dangling as a task for us here? Well, I mean, there are all the things that we have not completed yet. Remaining mask shards. For one thing. Looking for maybe another attempt to get above Fleetopia. If we can target the jumps a little bit more accurately. Descriptive is you're saying you love Celeste, but you haven't tried beating it yet. As in, you've dabbled in it and played in it a little bit, or do you love it mostly from having watched it? Yeah, Celeste is kind of interesting. Celeste is very, very different from the experience of playing something like this game because everything is in small doses, like one screen at a time. You know, you die and you respawn on that screen. I know that sometimes for people who are more accustomed to that kind of challenge design, it can be an adjustment to go to a game with long levels or really long stretches of play, like how sometimes you have quite a stretch of territory to cover from point A to point B in games like this one. The Mount Faye section is definitely reminiscent of the Celeste mountain climb, I guess, except, of course, you know, you're not doing it screen by screen. You're doing it in a nice, long, healthy stretch. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of this game that I think maybe we take for granted because of familiarity with platforming. And just familiarity with how to read a lot of those mechanics in 2D space. So let me think about this. What have we not done that is kind of immediately doable as opposed to things that we just haven't figured out? So we know that Diving Bell has an ornate lock. We know that one other lock in the White Ward, I think, had an ornate lock. We don't have the key for either of those. We know that we're holding the Twisted Bud. We don't know where to cache that. We know there are a couple of NPCs that we haven't really figured out interactions with, like the Not Bell Hermit here that we visited multiple times. But I'm trying to figure out what else is even doable other than trying to challenge the final boss again and trying to get an alternate ending, which we may have to do. looking at a map, like if you look at the way everything is centered around a citadel, I do kind of get the sense that if we're missing a zone, that it would be maybe to the right of the far fields in Greymoor. It's either that or it would be in the top right if, rather than extending the Putrefied Ducts map, that the area above Fleetopia is still part of the Putrefied Ducts, if that's the case. I'm not sure because you can kind of see the outline of the Putrefied Ducts here, and it seems like we've pretty much covered it, but there's clearly an area above Fleetopia that kind of goes back and connects to the other top bench. And we just don't really know how it looks. Oh, we never did open up that passage from the bit we completed in Songclave over to the Putrefied Ducts. If there is a passage. I mean, it looked like there was something that was exit only. That was right beside the bench area. And so maybe that was worth closing as a circuit as well, if we can find some way to do it. I mean, it seemed like we were kind of on the wrong side of some breakable platforms, or breakable doors, rather, over there. So what even is left for us to inspect? I mean, we're missing so many things like masks and spools and other things we haven't even begun to approach yet. It may be worthwhile to make another run at the far fields area to see if that loop to the final flea there actually did maybe open up even more space for exploration. We did see in Crawl Lake an area that seemed to be a turn path to it. So yeah, that's one of the locations I suspect might still have something going on. It might not be the case though. Oh yes, I wanted to check the Grand Gate. We said that hours ago, it seems, but I just never got around to doing it. Let's take the Ventrica over to War Chambers again and see if anything has appeared in the former flea encampment. Might be nothing, might be something. We'll see. Also, at this point, if we want to switch to kind of a farming setup, it should be pretty easy to get the rosaries for the 1100 for the spa, because we're hanging around 700. I've been hanging around 700 for some time, plus these ones here. We would only really need to farm an additional 200 or so to complete that. It would not be hard if we wanted to go for the spa. Who knows, maybe going for the spa there opens up something else, like some other passage. Once you build it. Although it would be in your home, so who knows. Yeah, there's a whole top left area here. Whoops. A bit sloppy. Yeah, nothing going on here. Oops. I know about that drop. We just keep running into it. So just outside the Grand Gate was where the fleas were before. It seems like this is just completely emptied out though. There isn't some replacement interaction like there was with the Chakra Duel. mean, I think it was this area, or was it on the other side of the gate? I think it was on the other side of the gate. So this was the flea camp. Nothing left over here, though. Just thinking of the next fast travel point that we need here. Yeah, we might take one quick peek at the far fields. Probably not going to stay on too much longer today. We had a pretty thorough and productive session. It's just too bad that we couldn't close the deal on the last filly. Given what a natural conclusion it would have been to today's accomplishments. Yeah, because previously we had to deal with that boss when we were wrapping around. Not boss, the enemy that we just kind of despawned without dealing with. Let's go back up to Pilgrim's Rest. Well, in that area, rather. And see if we can check around that map a bit. I never figured out what the target practice room here was for either, actually. Oops. Oops. Whoops. Come on. There we go. Very sloppy. We made it. So we never really did anything here with this target. At least I don't remember a meaningful interaction with that. Hang on, let's see. We've been up there many times. However, is there something new to read here? Nope. Same as before. Is this new? It is not. Well, nothing's banging on this side anymore, but side, there was this right side of the map here with the silk. I feel like this is a location we haven't checked previously. No, we did check it. This is where the flea was, I think. Okay, never mind then. Are there any wishes that are active at the moment? You're asking? None of the side quest ones. I've completed all of the ones I've discovered so far. There may be more that I have not discovered. Also, this passage here that we opened up, let's see if there's anything going on that might be notes. Okay, so that's nothing really. Though one time we went to the weave nest in the bottom corner, that's where we got the silk speed anklets. It didn't seem like that was going anywhere else though, but we admittedly had not checked in a while. I'm just wondering about what else was kind of unsolved or otherwise suspicious. I mean, I guess in Bilewater here we had that massive central passage. I think that was just a memory locket though. What we can do is, without starting the final fight, we can go back over to the cradle and just see what the setup is like whether it's a series of interactions that's outside of starting the fight, or if it's something different. We might as well take the time to just take a look and see what we're dealing with when it comes to what the look of the final area is. If that has changed. I don't want to get roped into anything too big, so we're not going to start a particularly big or challenging sequence today, but there are a lot of things worth checking. So why are we still in Wreath? Oh yeah, because we've been back and forth to so many hazardous places. So Terminus is where we'll go. Maybe there's some other passage we unlock over to the Underworks at some point. But yeah, we're not going to pick a fight. I just want to have a sense of what's happening. Oh. I guess that's the end of the line. So, yeah, here's the cradle. You know, we will not start the fight, but I want to see if anything looks different about the entry. Oops. Yeah, so Caretaker is here instead. As you come a long way, Bellringer, granting wishes, saving bugs, even rousing my sullen family to act. The snare is set above, our power bound along this thread. To your sight it may seem a crude thing, but there's fair strength to it, enough to quell a god. You and your family have done me well, sir. I shall prove your fate in a meeting ahead. Aye, bring your best, Bellringer. Call forth our great pale god, cut her weak, then drive the beast down atop the snare. Contact made will stir the snare alight, but only your needle's song will awaken the spell in full. When that moment arrives, you'll see it clear. So yeah, as we were seeing the first time we did that fight, when we were doing all the binding, I was wondering if there was a place to play the needle in. I don't like how you could use a dream nail in the first game. And of course we were not permitted to, but it looks like now we'll see that similar opening once we've essentially completed that part of the fight. We're not starting it. But yeah, we just have the interaction here and... Oh, did he leave? Okay. Didn't want to talk to us some more. Guess not. To play him a song or something, but guess that won't be it. Anyway, actually reasonable progress today. Got all but one of the fleas done. And that one remaining flea, we had us circling around and round the underworks at least twice over. But, I mean, we also started and completed everything to do with the trap that seems to have finally answered the question of how to open up an alternate resolution to what happens to Grandmother Silk. So, pretty happy with the progress we made, even though there's obviously still quite a lot to do. So I got to think about our approach to this flea. And if I have any insight, we'll start with that in the next stream. Otherwise, it may make sense to challenge the fight and see what the other ending is at some point. So, or what happens from there. So that'll be something to think about. And we'll be pretty content to put things away for today. Thank you so much for watching. Clearly quite a lot left to do even now. And we'll see if we can pass you folks off to somewhere else interesting. As always, I appreciate the viewership, the conversation, and everything else along the way that has kept us company. Thanks so much for watching. And until we meet again for even more of Hollow Knight Silksong. Have a wonderful week ahead of you, and as always, fare thee well.